originally invented by me and should be considered a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real-life events are a pure coincidence. Without further ado, let us proceed to the stories.
The Collector. Detective Ramirez had spent years chasing a ghost. The Collector, as the media called him, was a monster who left macabre sculptures made of human bones in abandoned buildings. Each gruesome display was arranged with artistic precision, a twisted gallery of horror. Despite his relentless pursuit, the Collector was always one step ahead. But tonight, a tip from an anonymous caller had led Ramirez to an old warehouse on the outskirts of town. The air was thick with dust and decay as he stepped inside, his flashlight slicing through the darkness. What he found made his stomach churn. Dozens of sculptures loomed in the vast space, their hollow eyes staring. Some were twisted into impossible shapes, limbs interwoven like grotesque vines. Others stood eerily still, posed like mannequins mid-conversation. The stench of rot clung to the air. Ramirez moved carefully between them, trying to steady his breathing. Then, movement. A mannequin's head twisted toward him with an audible crack. He froze, his grip tightening on his gun. But as his flashlight landed on it, his blood ran cold. It wasn't a mannequin at all. The face was real, stitched together from different victims, the eyes unnervingly lifelike. The Collector had been watching him. "Magnificent, isn't it?" A voice echoed from the shadows, smooth and amused. Ramirez spun, gun raised. "Show yourself." A chuckle, slow footsteps. Then silence. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He strained to see beyond the dim glow of his flashlight. The shadows shifted, and suddenly, something rushed at him. He fired. The bullet ricocheted off metal, and Ramirez staggered back, his boot catching on something. A severed hand posed delicately on the floor, like a forgotten artifact. The Collector laughed, the sound reverberating through the warehouse. "You're part of my masterpiece, Detective. You always have been." Ramirez clenched his jaw, scanning the darkness. "You're sick. You think this is art?" "Oh, but it is," the voice whispered behind him. A sharp pain seared through Ramirez's side. He gasped, his fingers grazing the handle of a blade embedded in his flesh. He turned, but the world tilted, the shadows closing in. He hit the ground hard, his vision swimming. Above him, the Collector loomed, his face obscured by a smooth, featureless mask. "I've studied you, Ramirez. Your persistence, your obsession. It's beautiful, really." He crouched, tilting his head. "I couldn't have asked for a better muse." Ramirez tried to move, but his limbs felt heavy. His vision blurred as he saw something horrifying just beyond the Collector's shoulder. A sculpture, his own face staring back at him. A perfect replica, carved from bone. "Don't fight it," the Collector murmured. "Art is eternal. And now, so are you." Darkness swallowed him whole. When Ramirez failed to check in, his fellow officers launched a search. They found his car parked outside the warehouse, but inside there was no sign of him. Only the grotesque sculptures, one more added to the collection. The case remained unsolved, and weeks later a new sculpture appeared in another abandoned building. A familiar face, locked forever in a silent scream.
The abandoned asylum. The Brookhaven Asylum had stood for over a century, a crumbling monument to suffering and madness. Its towering, ivy-covered walls loomed over the surrounding forest, as if nature itself was trying to reclaim the horrors that had taken place within. The asylum had been abandoned for decades, but its dark reputation lingered. Whispers of inhumane experiments, tortured patients, and unexplained disappearances kept most people far away. But not everyone heeded the warnings. A group of 5 urban explorers, Jake, Maya, Ryan, Sarah, and Chris, had made it their mission to uncover the secrets of Brookhaven. They were drawn to the thrill of the unknown, the adrenaline rush of stepping into places where few dared to tread. Armed with flashlights, cameras, and a sense of invincibility, they broke through the rusted gates one chilly October evening. The air inside was thick with dust and decay. Graffiti covered the walls, a chaotic mix of colorful tags and ominous messages. "Get out." One scrawled in red paint. "Don't trust them," another warned. Maya shivered as she read the words aloud, her voice echoing down the empty hallway. "Relax," Jake said, grinning. "It's just some kids trying to scare people. Let's keep moving." They ventured deeper into the asylum, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The floor creaked beneath their feet, and the air grew colder with every step. They passed rows of empty patient rooms, their doors hanging ajar like gaping mouths. Some rooms still contained rusted bed frames and broken furniture, remnants of the lives that had been lived and lost here. "Check this out," Ryan called, shining his flashlight into a large room. The beam illuminated an old operating theater, its walls stained with what looked like dried blood. Rusty surgical tools lay scattered across a metal table, and a gurney stood in the center of the room, its wheels caked with grime. "This place gives me the creeps," Sarah muttered, hugging herself. "Come on, it's just an old hospital," Chris said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. He stepped into the room, his camera flashing as he documented the scene. Suddenly, the gurney moved. It rolled toward them with a loud screech, its wheels grinding against the floor. The group froze, their flashlights trained on the gurney as it came to a stop just inches from Chris. "What the hell?" Jake whispered, his voice trembling. "Someone's messing with us," Ryan said, though he didn't sound convinced. He stepped forward and grabbed the gurney, pushing it back into place. "See, it's just old and unstable." But the tension in the room didn't ease. They decided to stick together as they continued their exploration, though the atmosphere had shifted. The thrill of adventure had been replaced by a growing sense of unease. As they climbed a staircase to the second floor, they began to hear noises, footsteps echoing in the distance, faint whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, and the occasional scream that sent chills down their spines. "Did you hear that?" Mia asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yeah," Sarah replied, her face pale. "Let's just get what we came for and get out of here." But the noises only grew louder. The footsteps sounded closer now, as if someone or something was following them. They quickened their pace, their flashlights darting wildly as they searched for an exit. Then Chris vanished. One moment he was there, walking beside Jake, and the next he was gone. They called his name, their voices echoing through the halls, but there was no response. "Maybe he went back to the car," Ryan suggested, though his tone betrayed his fear. They pressed on, but the sense of dread only deepened. Minutes later, Ryan disappeared. This time they heard a scream, a blood-curdling sound that seemed to come from all directions at once. "Something's wrong," Mia said, her voice shaking. "We need to leave, now." But the asylum had other plans. The corridors seemed to shift, leading them in circles. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and the footsteps were right behind them now. Jake was the next to go. He'd been walking ahead, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, when he suddenly stopped. "Do you see that?" he asked, pointing to a shadowy figure at the end of the hall. Before anyone could respond, the figure lunged forward and Jake was gone. Mia and Sarah ran, their hearts pounding as they searched for a way out. But the asylum was a maze, and the shadows seemed to close in around them. Finally, they found themselves back in the operating room. The gurney was there again, its wheels stained with fresh blood. Sarah screamed. A pair of hands grabbed her from behind, dragging her into the darkness. Mia was alone now. She backed into a corner, her flashlight flickering as the batteries died. The whispers surrounded her, growing louder and more menacing. Then the lights came on. The operating room was bathed in a harsh fluorescent glow. Mia blinked, her eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness. When she opened them, she was no longer alone. Shadowy figures surrounded her, their faces obscured by bloodied surgical masks. They moved with unnatural precision, their gloved hands reaching for her. Maya tried to scream, but no sound came out. She struggled as they strapped her to the gurney, her limbs bound with leather restraints. The last thing she saw was a figure holding a rusted scalpel, its blade glinting in the light. Her final scream joined the others, echoing through the halls of the asylum as the shadows closed in. Outside, the gates of the asylum creaked shut, sealing the secrets within. The urban explorers were never seen again, but their screams could still be heard on quiet nights in the dark corners of the abandoned asylum.
The apartment on Elm Street. Cassie and Mark were newlyweds, eager to start their life together. When they found a cheap apartment on Elm Street, it felt like a lucky break. The landlord, an elderly man with weary eyes, mentioned the high turnover rate but brushed it off as bad luck. Desperate for a place of their own, they signed the lease without hesitation. At first, everything seemed fine. The apartment was small but cozy, with creaky wooden floors and outdated wallpaper. But within a week, Cassie started hearing faint knocks on the walls at night. At first, she thought it was just the old building settling, but soon the knocks became rhythmic, deliberate. Then came the muffled sobs, low, pained sounds that seemed to come from inside the walls. Mark dismissed her concerns. "It's probably just the pipes," he said, pulling her close. "Old buildings make weird noises." But Cassie wasn't convinced. The atmosphere in the apartment felt off, like they were being watched. Shadows moved in the corners of her vision, disappearing when she turned her head. Then came the night in the bathroom. Mark had gone to brush his teeth before bed. Cassie sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone, when she heard him open the mirrored cabinet above the sink. She glanced up, and her blood ran cold. Through the mirror, she saw a pale figure standing behind Mark. Its eyes were hollow, its mouth twisted in a silent scream. Before she could scream herself, it vanished. "Mark!" she gasped, rushing to him. "What?" He turned, confused. "There was someone behind you," she stammered. Mark checked the bathroom, even opened the shower curtain, but there was nothing. "Cass, you're scaring yourself." That night, Cassie hardly slept. A week later, she woke in the middle of the night to find Mark gone. The sheets beside her were cold. Dread settled in her stomach as she noticed something else. Dark streaks leading from their bed to the closet. Heart hammering, she stood and hesitantly approached the closet door. She reached out, hand trembling, and pulled it open. Inside there was no mark, only a note smeared in crimson, stuck to the back wall. "Welcome home." Cassie staggered back, breath hitching, the sobs, the whispers, the figure in the mirror. It had all been leading to this. Morning arrived with pale light filtering through the blinds. The apartment was empty. Mark was gone. Everything of his clothes, his toothbrush, his shoes, had vanished, as if he had never been there. Cassie ran to the neighbors, pounding on their doors, begging for help. But they only looked at her in confusion. "That apartment's been empty for years," one said. "No one's lived there since..." A scream ripped from Cassie's throat, echoing down the halls. Somewhere behind her, the knocking began again.
Deep in the heart of Blackmore Woods, there was a place no local dared to enter. The Whispering Forest. Stories swirled about those who ventured in, never to be seen again. Some claimed the trees themselves were alive, that they murmured in voices too faint to understand. Others whispered of an ancient presence, something that lurked beyond sight, waiting for those foolish enough to trespass. When a group of college friends, Mark, Olivia, Jake, and Hannah, heard about the legend, they dismissed it as backwoods superstition. They were seasoned campers after all. Ghost stories didn't scare them. If anything, the challenge excited them. Armed with tents, flashlights, and enough supplies for a weekend, they set off into Blackmore Woods, ready to prove the myths wrong. The first day passed uneventfully. The air was crisp, the sky clear. They followed a barely visible path marked only by occasional rusted trail signs, half swallowed by the earth. As the sun dipped below the treetops, they found a small clearing and set up camp. Night fell fast, swallowing the warmth of day. As they sat around the fire, laughing and sharing drinks, Olivia suddenly hushed them. "Listen," she whispered. The others fell silent. A faint murmur drifted through the trees. It wasn't the rustling of leaves or the wind's sigh. It was voices. Soft, unintelligible, overlapping whispers. They exchanged uneasy glances. "Probably just the wind," Jake said, though his voice lacked confidence. The murmurs persisted, growing in volume yet never distinct enough to make out words. A shiver ran down Mark's spine. "Weird acoustics," Olivia reasoned, shaking off the unease. "Let's just get some sleep." They retired to their tents, but sleep was elusive. The whispers didn't stop. They wove through the trees, rising and falling, always just on the edge of comprehension. Then, sometime past midnight, a scream split the night. Mark bolted upright. The others scrambled out of their tents, their flashlights slicing through the darkness. Hannah was staring at the ground, shaking. "Something grabbed me," she gasped. Mark aimed his flashlight where she pointed. His stomach clenched. A hand, pale, dirt-streaked, protruded from the earth, fingers curled as if frozen mid-clutch. "Jesus Christ," Jake muttered. He bent down, hesitated, then gingerly brushed away the loose soil. The hand wasn't attached to anything. It had been severed cleanly at the wrist. Panic set in. They argued whether to leave immediately or wait for daylight. In the end, exhaustion won. They huddled close, fire burning low, waiting for dawn. When morning came, Hannah was gone. Their frantic shouts echoed through the woods, but there was no response. Then Olivia spotted something. Scraps of Hannah's clothing, bloodied and torn, dangling from the branches far above their heads. The whispers had changed. No longer soft, they had turned to low, pained wails. The trees themselves seemed to lean inward. Then, from the shadows, something moved. A towering figure, shrouded in darkness, with glowing hollow eyes. It didn't walk, it glided. A heavy presence filled the air, suffocating and cold. The thing reached out, its elongated fingers impossibly thin and sharp. They ran. Mark and Olivia sprinted blindly through the trees, branches whipping at their faces. The whispers turned into screams, the shadows writhing as if alive. The ground felt unsteady. as though something beneath the surface pulsed and twisted. Jake was right behind them, until he wasn't. One moment he was there, the next he was gone. A strangled cry cut short. The forest's edge loomed ahead, bathed in the gray light of dawn. Mark and Olivia didn't stop running until they collapsed on the road. They never spoke of what they saw. Not to each other. Not to anyone. Blackmore Woods remained untouched, and the whispering forest claimed more souls. The whispers never ceased. They were always there, waiting for the next foolish traveler to listen too closely.
The Highway Stalker. The Arizona desert stretched endlessly ahead of Emily, the asphalt shimmering under the scorching sun. She was a travel vlogger, always chasing the next great adventure, and tonight she was tackling one of the most infamous highways in the state, a lonely stretch whispered about by truckers and travelers alike. They called it the Stalker's Highway. Legends told of a mysterious figure who followed drivers deep into the night, his car never slowing, never passing, just lurking in the rearview mirror until his victims simply disappeared. Emily, always skeptical of urban legends, was determined to document the entire drive for her followers. As dusk fell, the open road became eerily quiet. The occasional car had long since vanished, leaving only her and the rhythmic hum of her engine. Then she saw them, headlights in the distance growing brighter. At first, she thought nothing of it. But as the minutes passed, the car remained behind her, too close for comfort. Emily switched lanes. The car followed. She accelerated. The headlights stayed locked onto her bumper. A cold sweat broke out along her spine. Her hands gripped the wheel tighter. Then, bang! Her front tires blew out with a violent force, sending her car swerving wildly. She fought the wheel, her breath coming in ragged gasps, barely managing to keep from crashing. Finally, the car skidded to a halt on the side of the road, dust billowing into the air. Her heart pounded in her chest. The headlights stopped 100 yards behind her, motionless. Fumbling, she grabbed her phone and dialed for help. The line rang once, twice, then clicked. A voice, distorted and calm, whispered, "I'm already here." Her blood turned to ice. Slowly she turned, her breath hitching. Standing by her shattered window was a man in a mask, his fingers wrapped around her phone. Emily's scream tore through the night. By morning, the highway was empty. Her car sat abandoned, its doors ajar. Only her broken camera lay on the roadside, its last recorded footage showing the blinding approach of headlights, then static. A week later, authorities found traces of blood near the wreckage, but no body. Emily's followers scoured the internet for answers, some claiming she had staged the entire ordeal for views. But then, strange updates began appearing on her channel. Grainy, disjointed clips of the desert at night, heavy breathing, distorted whispers. One video showed headlights in the distance, drawing closer. Another cut to a figure standing at the edge of the road, the mask barely visible in the darkness. The final upload was only 5 words, typed into the video description. "I am still watching you." The babysitter's nightmare. Lisa had always been a practical girl. At 19, she prided herself on her ability to stay calm under pressure, a trait that made her a sought-after babysitter in her small town. But nothing could have prepared her for the night she agreed to watch Emma, a quiet, wide-eyed 6-year-old in the affluent but eerily isolated neighborhood of Blackthorn Hollow. The house was a sprawling Victorian mansion, its Gothic architecture looming ominously against the darkening sky. The parents, Mr. and Mrs. Harrington, were a cold but polite couple who seemed more interested in their evening plans, than in their daughter. "Emma's a sweet girl," Mrs. Harrington said as she adjusted her pearl necklace. "She's just imaginative. She has an invisible friend named Mr. Grin. Don't mind her if she talks to him." Lisa nodded, brushing off the comment. Kids had imaginary friends all the time. She dealt with far worse: tantrums, picky eaters, and the occasional broken vase. How bad could it be? The first few hours were uneventful. Emma was shy but polite, quietly coloring in her room while Lisa scrolled through her phone downstairs. The house was unnervingly quiet, the kind of silence that made your ears ring. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle of the wind outside felt amplified, but Lisa chalked it up to the old house's quirks. Then, as the storm rolled in, things began to change. The first sign was Emma's whispering. Lisa had gone upstairs to check on her and found the girl sitting cross-legged on her bed, staring intently at the darkest corner of the room. Her lips moved silently, as if she were deep in conversation. "Emma?" Lisa called softly, not wanting to startle her. The girl turned, her eyes wide and unblinking. "He's here," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing rumble of thunder. Lisa frowned. "Who's here, sweetie?" "Mr. Grin," Emma said, pointing to the corner. "He's been waiting for you." Before Lisa could respond, a flash of lightning lit up the room. For a split second, the corner was illuminated, and Lisa's blood turned to ice. There, standing in the shadows, was a tall, gaunt figure with a grotesquely wide grin stretching across its face. Its eyes were hollow, its limbs unnaturally long, and its head tilted at an impossible angle. Then the light faded, and the figure was gone. Lisa's heart pounded in her chest. She blinked, trying to convince herself it was just a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the storm. But the image was seared into her mind. "Emma," she said, her voice trembling, "let's go downstairs, okay? We can watch a movie, or—" Before she could finish, the door to Emma's room slammed shut with a deafening crash. Lisa jumped, her breath catching in her throat. She grabbed the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. "Emma, stay close to me," she said, trying to keep the panic out of her voice. But when she turned around, the girl was gone. "Emma," Lisa called, her voice rising. "Emma, where are you?" The room was empty. The window was closed, the closet was bare, and there was no sign of the little girl. Lisa's mind raced. She had to find her. She had to get out of this house. She threw her weight against the door, and after several tries, it finally gave way. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the occasional flash of lightning outside. Lisa grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight, her hands shaking so badly she could barely hold it steady. "Emma!" she shouted, her voice echoing through the empty house. "Emma, answer me!" There was no response. Lisa searched every room on the second floor, her fear growing with each passing second. The house seemed to stretch on forever, the walls closing in around her. She could hear faint whispers, though she couldn't tell where they were coming from. They sounded like Emma's voice, but distorted, as if coming from far away. Finally, she reached the first floor. The living room was eerily silent, the grandfather clock in the corner ticking loudly. Lisa's flashlight beam swept across the room, and something caught her eye. It was Emma's doll, lying face up on the floor. Lisa approached it cautiously, her stomach churning. The doll was one of those old-fashioned porcelain ones, with a delicate lace dress and glassy blue eyes. But as Lisa got closer, she realized something was wrong. The eyes weren't glass, they were human. Lisa stumbled back, a scream caught in her throat. The doll's head turned slowly, its painted smile widening into a grotesque grin. Its eyes, real, bloodshot, and full of malice, locked onto hers. "Lisa," a voice whispered, soft and childlike but dripping with malice. She turned and ran, her flashlight beam bouncing wildly as she sprinted through the house. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, coming from all around her. She burst into the kitchen, her breath coming in ragged gasps, and fumbled with the back door. It was locked. She tried the windows, but they wouldn't budge. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices chanting her name. She turned, pressing her back against the door, and saw it. Mr. Grin. He stood at the edge of the kitchen, his tall skeletal frame hunched to fit under the ceiling. His grin stretched wider than should have been possible, revealing rows of jagged yellow teeth. His hollow eyes bore into hers, and he took a step forward, his movements jerky and unnatural. Lisa screamed, but no sound came out. She could feel the darkness closing in, suffocating her. The last thing she saw was Mr. Grin's face, inches from hers, his breath cold and rancid. When the police arrived the next morning, responding to a concerned call from the Harringtons, they found the house empty. There was no sign of Lisa, no trace of Emma, and no evidence of an intruder. The only thing they found was the doll, sitting upright on the living room couch, its human eyes staring blankly ahead. And it was smiling.
The Carnival of Shadows. It was a crisp autumn evening when the carnival arrived in the small town of Black Hollow. No one saw it come. No trucks rumbled down the narrow streets. No workers held together the skeletal frames of rides. It simply appeared overnight, as conjured from the mist that clung to the edges of the forest. By morning, the town square was transformed. A towering Ferris wheel loomed over the rooftops, its lights flickering faintly in the pale dawn. Tents striped in faded red and white sprawled across the grass, and the air carried the faint scent of burnt sugar and something metallic, like copper. The townsfolk gathered at the edges of the square, murmuring nervously. The carnival's entrance was marked by a massive archway adorned with twisting wrought iron letters that read, "The Carnival of Shadows." Beneath the arch, a ticket booth stood empty, its window open. A sign above it read, "Admission free. All are welcome." No one dared to step inside, not at first. But curiosity is a powerful thing, and by midday a few brave souls ventured in. They marveled at the old-fashioned rides, the creaking carousel with its chipped, leering horses, the rickety roller coaster that seemed to groan under its own weight, and the Ferris wheel that swayed ominously in the breeze. The performers were strange, too. Clowns with painted smiles that didn't reach their hollow eyes, acrobats who moved with unnatural precision, and fortune-tellers who whispered secrets no one should know. By nightfall, those who had entered the carnival had not returned. Their families waited at the edges of the square, calling out names that echoed into the void. The carnival's lights burned brighter, casting long, twisting shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping hands. Jack Morrison was not a man who believed in the supernatural. At 27, he was a townsmacaque, a practical man who spent his days fixing engines and his nights at the local bar, swapping stories with friends. But when his younger sister Emily banished to the carnival, he knew he had to act. She had gone in with a group of friends, lured by the promise of free rides and cotton candy. None of them had come back. Jack approached the carnival that night, a flashlight in one hand and a wrench in the other. The air was thick with the scent of popcorn and something darker, something he couldn't quite place. The ticket booth was still empty, the sign still inviting. He stepped through the archway and the world seemed to shift. The sounds of the town faded away, replaced by the distant strains of a calliope and the faint rustle of something moving in the shadows. The carnival was eerily quiet. The rides creaked and groaned, but there were no screams of delight, no laughter. The booths were manned by figures who didn't speak, their eyes fixed on some distant point. Jack's flashlight flickered as he passed a row of tents, their flaps swaying in a breeze he couldn't feel. He called out for Emily, his voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. He found himself drawn to the Ferris wheel. Its lights pulsed faintly, casting an otherworldly glow. The operator, a gaunt man with sunken cheeks and a too-wide smile, gestured for him to step into one of the gondolas. Jack hesitated, but the man's hollow eyes bored to him, and he felt an inexplicable compulsion to obey. The gondola creaked as he sat down, and the ride began to move. As he ascended, Jack looked down at the carnival below. The tents and rides stretched out in every direction, far larger than they had seen from the outside, and then he saw them, the crowd. Dozens, maybe hundreds of people standing perfectly still, their faces tilted upward, staring directly at him. Their eyes were blank, their expressions frozen. Jack's heart pounded as the gondola reached the top. He gripped the bar in front of him, his knuckles white. When he looked down again, the crowd was gone. The carnival was empty once more. The gondola descended and Jack stumbled out, his legs unsteady. He needed to find Emily and get out of this place. As he wandered deeper into the carnival, he came across a large tent with a sign that read, Hall of Mirrors. The entrance was draped in black velvet, and a faint cold light spilled out from within. Jack hesitated, but something compelled him to step inside. The Hall of Mirrors was a labyrinth of glass, each reflection warped and twisted. His own image stared back at him, distorted and grotesque, but as he moved deeper, he noticed something strange. The reflections didn't match his movements. They lagged behind or moved independently, their eyes tracking him with a predatory gleam. His breath quickened as he turned a corner and came face to face with a mirror that showed his reflection perfectly except for the fact that it was smiling. "You're one of us now," the reflection said, its voice a chilling echo of his own. Jack stumbled back, but reflection stepped forward, its hand pressing against the glass. The surface rippled like water, and the reflection stepped out, its grin widening. Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. The reflection, no, the thing reached for him, its fingers cold and unyielding. He felt himself being pulled into the mirror, his body dissolving into shadow. The last thing he saw was the carnival, its lights burning brighter than ever, as the thing that wore his face walked out into the night. The next morning, the carnival was gone. The town square was empty, save for a single ticket lying on the ground. It read, "Thank you for visiting the Carnival of Shadows. We'll see you again soon." The Midnight Caller. Sarah had always loved her quiet suburban home. Nestled at the end of a cul-de-sac, it was the perfect retreat from the chaos of the city. The house was modest but cozy, with a large backyard that she had filled with flowers and a small vegetable garden. It was her sanctuary, a place where she could unwind after long days at work, but that night her sanctuary would become a prison of fear. It was just past midnight when the phone rang. Sarah, curled up on the couch with a book, frowned at the unfamiliar number flashing on her screen. She hesitated for a moment before answering, her voice cautious. "Hello?" There was a pause, and then a low, raspy whisper sent chills down her spine. "I'm watching you." Her heart skipped a beat. "Who is this?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The line went dead. Sarah stared at the phone, her mind racing. It had to be a prank, right? Some bored teenager trying to scare her. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the unease creeping over her, but before she could set the phone down, it buzzed again. This time, it was a picture. Her blood ran cold. The photo was of her, sitting on the couch, taken from outside the window. The angle was unmistakable. Someone had been standing in her backyard, watching her through the glass. Her hands shook as she zoomed in on the image, her mind screaming that this couldn't be real. But it was. The details were too clear, too precise. Panic surged through her veins. She leapt off the couch and rushed to the window, yanking the curtains shut. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps as she fumbled with her phone, dialing 911. The operator's calm voice was a small comfort as Sarah stammered out what had happened. "Stay on the line with me, ma'am," the operator said. "Help is on the way." Sarah nodded, though no one could see her. She clutched the phone tightly, her eyes darting around the room. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the house felt like a threat. She backed into the corner of the room, her back pressed against the wall as if it could protect her. Then came the crash. It was deafening, a sound that shattered the fragile illusion of safety. Sarah screamed, dropping the phone as she spun toward the noise. It had come from the kitchen, her kitchen. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stared down the dark hallway, her mind screaming at her to run, to hide, to do anything but stand there. But she couldn't move. The silence that followed was worse than the crash. It was heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was holding its breath. Sarah's eyes darted to the phone on the floor. The screen was still lit, the call still connected. She crouched down slowly, her hand trembling as she reached for it. "Hello," she whispered into the phone. "Are you still there?" There was no response. The line was dead. Sarah's breath hitched. She could hear the faint sound of sirens in the distance, but they felt impossibly far away. She needed to get out of the house. Now. Now. She grabbed her keys from the table and bolted for the front door, her hands shaking so badly she could barely fit the key into the lock. But the door wouldn't open. She twisted the knob, yanked at it, but it was stuck. Or locked. Or something. She couldn't tell. Her mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. She turned back toward the house, her eyes scanning the room for another way out. The windows. She could break a window and climb out. But as she turned, she froze. The words were scrawled across the wall in jagged, dripping letters. "Too late." Sarah's scream caught in her throat. She stumbled backward, her back hitting the door. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the threat, but there was nothing. No one. Just the words taunting her. The sirens were closer now, but they weren't close enough. She could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the kitchen. Her kitchen. Her mind screamed at her to move, to do something, but her body was frozen in place. The footsteps stopped. And then, a voice. Soft, almost gentle. Sarah. She didn't want to turn around. She didn't want to see, but she couldn't help it. Her body moved against her will, her head turning slowly toward the sound. There, in the shadows of the hallway, stood a figure. Its face was obscured, hidden in the darkness, but she could feel its eyes on her, watching her, just like the voice on the phone had said. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure didn't answer. It just stood there, motionless, as if waiting for something. Sarah's mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. But there was no sense to be made. This was a nightmare, and she was trapped in it. The sirens were right outside now. She could hear the crunch of tires on gravel, the slamming of car doors. Help was here. But as the figure stepped forward, into the light, Sarah realized it was already too late. The last thing she saw was its smile. When the police arrived, they found the house eerily quiet. The front door was unlocked, swinging open on its hinges. Inside, the living room was in disarray, the curtains torn from the windows, the furniture overturned. But there was no sign of Sarah. Her phone lay on the floor, still recording. The video showed nothing but darkness, but the audio was clear. Her panicked breathing, the crash from the kitchen, her screams. And then, just before the recording cut off, a single word whispered in a voice that wasn't hers. "Goodbye." On the wall, the words "too late" had been smeared in blood, as if someone had tried to wipe them away. But they were still visible, a grim reminder of what had happened. Sarah was never found. The police searched the house, the neighborhood, the surrounding woods, but there was no trace of her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. But the calls didn't stop. Every night, at exactly midnight, someone would receive a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end would whisper the same chilling words, "I'm watching you." And then, just like Sarah, they would disappear. The midnight caller had claimed another victim. And no one knew who would be next. Please beware of unknown numbers calling at midnight, because the next victim could be you. The vanishing train. The city of Black Hollow was a place of shadows and secrets, a labyrinth of narrow streets and flickering streetlights that seemed to hold their breath as night fell. It was a town where people kept their heads down and their doors locked, where whispers of the unknown lingered in the air like a thick fog. And at the heart of those whispers was the legend of the vanishing train. The train, known only as Line 13, was a relic of a bygone era, its rusted tracks cutting through the outskirts of the city like a scar. It ran only at night, its schedule erratic and its purpose unclear. Those who dared to board it were never seen again. Some said it was a ghost train, a spectral apparition that carried its passengers to the afterlife. Others claimed it was a government experiment gone wrong, a machine that transcended time and space. But no one knew for sure. The only thing certain was that Line 13 was a one-way ticket to oblivion. Max Carter, a journalist with a penchant for the macabre, had heard the stories. He'd spent years chasing urban legends, but none had ever captured his imagination like the vanishing train. It was the perfect story, mysterious, terrifying, and utterly unexplainable. And so, on a cold, moonless night, he found himself standing on the platform of Black Hollow Station, clutching a ticket for Line 13. The station was deserted, the air thick with the scent of damp concrete and rust. The flickering overhead lights cast long, jagged shadows that seemed to dance and twist as if alive. Max checked his watch. 11:58 p.m., the train was due any minute. He glanced around, half expecting to see other passengers, but the platform was empty. The only sound was the distant hum of the city, a low, mournful drone that seemed to echo in the stillness. And then he heard it, a low, rumbling growl that grew louder with each passing second. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and a cold wind swept through the station, carrying with it the faint scent of burning coal. Max turned to see the train emerging from the darkness, its headlight cutting through the night like a blade. It was an ancient locomotive, its blackened steel body pockmarked with rust and decay. The windows were dark, their glass cracked and clouded with grime. The train slowed to a stop with a hiss of steam, its doors creaking open like the jaws of some great beast. Max hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to run as far away as he could. But the journalist in him, the part that thrived on danger and discovery, pushed him forward. He stepped onto the train, the doors slamming shut behind him with a finality that sent a shiver down his spine. The interior of the train was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something metallic, like blood. The seats were empty, their cracked leather upholstery stained and torn. The only sound was the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks and the low hum of the train's engine. Max moved cautiously down the aisle, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He felt as though he were being watched, though there was no one else in sight. And then he saw the conductor. The man stood at the far end of the car, his back to Max. He was tall and thin, his uniform hanging loosely on his frame. His head was bowed, his hands clasped behind his back. Max cleared his throat, but the conductor didn't move. He approached slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. "Excuse me," Max said, his voice trembling. "Where is this train headed?" The conductor didn't respond. He remained perfectly still, his silence more unnerving than any words could have been. Max reached out to tap him on the shoulder, but as his fingers brushed the fabric of the conductor's uniform, the man turned. Max stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. The conductor's face was pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken and lifeless. His lips were twisted into a grotesque smile, his teeth yellowed and jagged. But it wasn't his appearance that terrified Max, it was the way he moved. His body seemed to jerk and twitch as though controlled by some unseen force. His head tilted to one side, his neck cracking audibly. "You're not supposed to be here," the conductor whispered, his voice a dry, rasping croak. Before Max could respond, the train lurched forward, its speed increasing rapidly. The cityscape outside the windows blurred into a swirling darkness, the lights of the city fading into nothingness. Max gripped the back of a seat to steady himself, his knuckles white. He turned to the conductor, but the man was gone, vanished as though he had never been there. And then he saw the passenger. The man was seated across the aisle, his head bowed, his hands resting on his knees. He was dressed in a tattered suit, his skin pale and waxy. Max approached cautiously, his heart pounding. "Excuse me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you know where this train is going?" The man didn't respond. Max reached out to touch his shoulder, but as his fingers made contact, the man's head snapped up. Max screamed. The man's face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his mouth open in a silent scream. And then, before Max's eyes, the man began to disintegrate. His skin cracked and flaked away, turning to dust that scattered in the air. His clothes followed, dissolving into nothingness. Within seconds, all that remained was an empty seat and a fine layer of ash. Max stumbled back, his mind reeling. He turned and ran down the aisle, desperate to find an exit, but the train seemed to stretch on forever, its endless rows of seats disappearing into the darkness. The conductor's words echoed in his mind. "You're not supposed to be here." The train continued to accelerate, the darkness outside the windows now absolute. Max felt a growing sense of dread, a certainty that he was no longer in the world he knew. He reached the end of the car and yanked open the door, only to find another identical car ahead. He ran through it, then another and another, but there was no end in sight. And then he saw her. A woman stood at the far end of the car, her back to him. She was dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair long and dark. Max froze, his breath catching in his throat. The woman turned slowly, her movements graceful and deliberate. Her face was beautiful, but there was something wrong, something inhuman. Her eyes were black, her lips curled into a cruel smile. "You shouldn't have come," she said, her voice a haunting melody. "This train isn't for the living." Max turned and ran, his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear her laughter echoing behind him, a sound that seemed to come from all directions at once. He reached the end of the car and threw open the door, only to find himself face to face with the conductor. The man's grotesque smile widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You can't escape," he whispered. "The train has chosen you." Max tried to push past him, but the conductor's hand shot out, gripping his arm with a strength that belied his frail appearance. Max struggled, but it was no use. The conductor's grip was like iron, his fingers digging into Max's flesh. And then suddenly, the train lurched to a stop. The doors flew open, and Max was thrown out into the cold night air. He landed hard on the ground, the wind knocked out of him. He looked up to see the train speeding away into the darkness, its lights fading into nothingness. Max lay there for what felt like hours, his body trembling with fear and exhaustion. When he finally found the strength to stand, he realized he was in the middle of a vast, empty field. The sky above was clear, the stars shining brightly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the train ticket, his hands shaking. The date on the ticket was 50 years in the past. Max's mind raced as he tried to make sense of what had happened. He had no memory of how he had gotten to the field, no idea where he was. The only thing he knew for certain was that he had been on the vanishing train and that he had somehow escaped. But as he began to walk, he noticed something strange. The landscape around him was familiar but wrong. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath his feet was soft and spongy, as though it were made of rotting flesh. He dreaded the thought of what was about to happen. As he turned around, he saw it, emerging from the distant darkness like a specter. The damn train was back again. The doors creaked open, and the conductor stepped out, his grotesque smile wider than ever. "You can't escape," he whispered. "The train always comes back." Max turned and ran, but it was no use. The train was a part of him now, a curse that would follow him wherever he went. He could feel its presence in the air, in the ground beneath his feet, in the very fabric of his being. And as the train's whistle echoed through the night, Max realized the terrible truth. He was no longer among the living. He was a passenger on the vanishing train, doomed to ride its endless tracks for all eternity. The train sped away into the darkness, its lights fading into nothingness, and in the silence that followed, Max's screams echoed through the night, a haunting reminder of the fate that awaited those who dared to board the vanishing train. The town of shadows. Max woke to the sound of dripping water. His head throbbed and his body felt heavy as though he had been asleep for days. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a cold stone floor. The air was damp and musty, and the walls were lined with moss and lichen. He was in some kind of underground chamber, the ceiling low and the space cramped. He sat up slowly, his mind racing. The last thing he remembered was the train, the conductor, and the woman in the white gown. How had he ended up here? And where was here? And was here? The chamber was dimly lit by a single flickering torch mounted on the wall. The light cast long, jagged shadows that seemed to dance and twist as if alive. Max stood, his legs shaky, and moved toward the torch. As he approached, he noticed something carved into the wall, a series of strange symbols and markings, similar to those on the door he had seen in the house. He reached out to touch the symbols, but as his fingers made contact, the torch flickered and went out, plunging the chamber into darkness. Max froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He could hear something moving in the darkness, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down his spine. And then the torch flared back to life, revealing a figure standing in the corner of the chamber. It was the woman in the white gown, her black eyes gleaming in the dim light. "You can't escape," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody. "The train has chosen you." Max turned and ran, his footsteps echoing in the narrow chamber. He could hear the woman's laughter behind him, a sound that seemed to come from all directions at once. He reached the end of the chamber and found a narrow staircase leading upward. He climbed it as fast as he could, his heart pounding in his chest. The staircase led to a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves, each one filled with strange, ancient artifacts, dusty books, rusted tools, and jars filled with unidentifiable substances. In the center of the room was a large wooden table, its surface covered in more of the strange symbols and markings. And then he saw it, a map. It was old and tattered, its edges frayed and its surface covered in a fine layer of dust. Max brushed the dust away and studied the map. It depicted a network of tunnels and chambers, all leading to a single point, a large circular room labeled the Heart. Max didn't know what the Heart was, but he knew he had to find it. It was the only clue he had, the only way to escape this nightmare. He folded the map and tucked it into his pocket, then turned to leave the room. But as he reached the door, he heard the low rumbling growl of the train. It was coming from somewhere below, its sound growing louder with each passing second. Max didn't wait to find out what it meant. He ran, following the map through the labyrinth of tunnels and chambers. The air grew colder as he descended deeper into the earth, the walls lined with frost and the ground slick with ice. The sound of the train grew louder, its whistle echoing through the tunnels like a mournful wail. And then he saw it. The Heart. It was a vast circular chamber, its walls lined with ancient machinery and its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center of the chamber was a large, pulsating mass of flesh and metal, its surface covered in veins and wires. It was alive, its rhythmic pulsing filling the chamber with a low, humming sound. Max approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't know what the Heart was, but he knew it was the source of the train's power, the thing that kept it running. If he could destroy it, maybe he could escape. But as he reached for the Heart, he felt a cold hand on his shoulder. He turned to see the woman in the white gown, her black eyes gleaming with malice. "You can't destroy it," she whispered. "The Heart is eternal." Max struggled, but the woman's grip was like iron. She leaned in close, her breath hot and rancid against his face. "You're not supposed to be here," she said. "The train has chosen you." And then, suddenly, the chamber was filled with the sound of the train's whistle. The Heart began to pulse faster, its veins and wires glowing with a bright, blinding light. Max felt a searing pain in his chest, as though his heart were being ripped from his body. He screamed, but no sound came out, and then everything went black. eternal passenger. Max woke to the sound of the train's whistle. He was back on line 13, seated in one of the cracked leather seats. The train was moving, its speed increasing rapidly. The cityscape outside the windows blurred into a swirling darkness, the lights of the city fading into nothingness. He looked around, his mind reeling. The train was empty, its interior dimly lit and filled with the scent of mildew and blood. The only sound was the rhythmic clatter of the wheels on the tracks and the low hum of the train's engine. And then he saw the conductor. The man stood at the far end of the car, his back to Max. He was tall and thin, his uniform hanging loosely on his frame. His head was bowed, his hands clasped behind his back. Max approached slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. "Where are we going?" Max asked, his voice trembling. The conductor didn't respond. He remained perfectly still, his silence more unnerving than any words could have been. Max reached out to tap him on the shoulder, but as his fingers brushed the fabric of the conductor's uniform, the man turned. Max stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. The conductor's face was pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken and lifeless. His lips were twisted into a grotesque smile, his teeth yellowed and jagged. "You can't escape," the conductor whispered. "The train always comes back." Max turned and ran, but it was no use. The train was a part of him now, a curse that would follow him wherever he went. He could feel its presence in the air, in the ground beneath his feet, in the very fabric of his being. And as the train's whistle echoed through the night, Max realized the terrible truth. He was no longer among the living. He was a passenger on the vanishing train, doomed to ride its endless tracks for all eternity. The train sped away into the darkness, its lights fading into nothingness. And in the silence that followed, Max's screams echoed through the night, a haunting reminder of the fate that awaited those who dared to board the vanishing train. And with that, doctors, we come to the conclusion of the live stream. I hope you liked the content. Leave me a comment below. Tell me which one was your favorite story and what type of stories I should do more of. I'm planning to be back live soon. Until then, take good care of yourselves so we can gather here for more bone-chilling stories and scares. Yours truly, Dr. Horror Craft.
you.